The 0-2. Lined into centre field, but the centre fielder's right under it. Zucker has to scurry back to the bag, and there's 2 away. That was a good drive from Fukuda, but unlucky to find the centre fielder and nothing more. So Josh Marriot will be batting cleanup for the Toucans, and he lines it over to first base. Sorry, a ground over the first base. He gives it up third way down the baseline as the first baseman steps on the bag for the out. And that'll be all she wrote for the Toucans on the top of the first. Your London Mets coming up in the bottom of the first. Avon Fletcher, Joe Cosgrove, and Connor Brown. Avon Fletcher takes ball 1 just outside to start us off from the top of the first. Bottom of the first, excuse me. Swings through the second pitch. That's a bouncer over to shortstop, but the throw is high. It pulls the first baseman off the bag, and the runner is safe. Avon Fletcher gets aboard, and the Mets have their lead runner on, nobody out. Good call there from the plate umpire, excuse me, the base umpire, Kevin Anderson. He was right on that play. Joe Cosgrove takes ball low. That's change up down the middle, 1-1. Nice pitch from Bobby Anderson. The starting pitcher for the Toucans. Runner going. It's a high pitch. No, it's a strike, but the throw is way offline. It'll be 1-2, but the runner advances. Defensive alignment for the Toucans. Daniel Morn is on third. As the left-hander is a bouncing ball to the second baseman, fires across, gets the out at first. Runner advances to third on the throw. And a productive out for the Mets. Brings up Joe Cosgrove, sporting still a 1.15 OPS. Has been bringing them home all season. Can he put the Mets on the board? Sees strike one, change up inside. That's Reese Wilson over at second with the putout. Gordon Shepard at first. Pete Weidman is the shortstop, and Danny Moore, the third baseman. That's a high pop up. A catcher runs out of room, and it falls behind the commentary desk here for strike two. Satohiko, Fukuda was all over that pop up, but just sneaked over the fence. That's a high line drive going foul down the third base line. That was in the air a long time. Still 1-2. Josh Marriot, Cameron Lee, and Will Zucker are the outfielders for the Toucans. Change up just misses the zone. Ball two. Toucans wanted that one. Might have been a bit high. Interesting pitch. Had a bit of shape on it. Might have been a slider from the left-hander. That one's also fouled away down the third base line, and Connor Brown refuses to go away here. Still 2-2. He's seen 6 pitches. Gets under it. It's a fly ball into right field. They're charging on the ball. And it's going to drop. That'll bring it down a run. And Connor Brown will stride into the second, and the Mets are on the board. A little bit of bad luck there for the Toucans as that pop-up landed between the second baseman and the right fielder in no man's land. It was not particularly hard hit, but it just found the grass. That one's low and outside, ball one. Mike Banagale is in the box for the Mets. Lefty on lefty. That's a strike at the bottom of the zone. Fastball 1-1. Nice pitch from Bobby Anderson. In the dirt, ball one. Ball two, excuse me. Mike Shepherd has balls and strikes behind the plate. Arguably the most senior umpire in the UK here. That's a high pop up into centre field. Centre fielder gets under it, had to move a long way, but gets the out and fires quickly into the cutoff man. There will be no advance. So 2 away for the Toucans. Connor Brown is stuck at second still. Ryan Dixon, the centre fielder, will come to the plate. Dixon has shown good contact all season with a 409 average. Cuts under this one. That one's fouled back behind the screen. Behind everything. Strike 1 on the foul ball. The 0-1. Strike on the outside half of the plate. Runner goes. Throw down is wide. So it's 0-2, but the Mets get third base. Positive running from the Mets puts the run 90 feet away. The 0-2 swung and fouled straight back to the screen. Tilted our camera a little bit. We'll fix that between innings. Lefty on righty. The 0-2 is inside. 1-2. Let's see if I can tweak that camera now. There we go. Don't see much of the first baseline as we used to, but we can fix that later. The 2-2. High and outside. Got away from the catcher, but the backstops are quite close to the plate here. There will be no attempt advancing on the wild pitch. So the count will run full. Herts would love to get out of this inning here. That's ball 4. Ball gets away, rolls down the first base line, but collected ably by the catcher. So Robert Jacobs will step to the plate, promoted up to number 6 in the order. He's hitting nearly 400. Brendan Power slides in to the circle. And lots of shouting from the first base dugout as the left-handed pitcher made a sneaky move to first. But no problems for Ryan Dixon, who returns to first standing up. And again, this time he had to dive in, but seemed pretty safe over there, reading the lefty well. First and third for the Mets, 2 outs. Runner going, it's in the dirt. Catcher loses sight of it. It rolls towards the pitcher into the infield grass. And the Mets have 2 runners in scoring position. And Robert Jacobs is ball 1. So all going the Mets' way so far with 2 outs. The 1-0. Change up, rolled over by Robert Jacobs, fires over to first, gets the out to nullify the run. So just the one for the Mets in the bottom of the first, but the Mets take the lead. It'll be Cameron Lee, Ian Deering, and Daniel Moran coming up in the top of the second. Cameron Lee takes strike one from Ryan McLaughlin. Sees the next pitch into the dirt, 1-1. McLaughlin pitching at a pretty good pace throughout this game. That one's fired right back to the mound. McLaughlin can't come up with it. It goes off his glove and rolls away, and then he fires it over the fence to give a free bag for the Toucans. It was a difficult play to come up with, but that will be at least an error on the throw. And the Toucans, with a bit of fortune, get their lead runner into second base. That'll bring up the lefty, Ian Deering, the DH. Takes strike, fastball low in the zone, strike one. Seem to be taking that one all the way. Another one, just like the first one. It's 0-2 quickly on Deering. McLaughlin would love a strikeout here. The 0-2, righty on lefty. That one's outside. Fastball again. 1-2. Check swing. He did not go. So that will be 2-2. Makes sense of McLaughlin to attack Deering here. Deering yet to have a hit at this level this season. That's a called strike three on the outer half of the plate. McLaughlin gets his strikeout. And Deering looked at three strikes there and nearly swung at a ball. So pretty good pitching from McLaughlin here. will bring up Daniel Moran, the third baseman. Check back to second. Little deke by the shortstop keeps him on second as the ball rolled between first and second. I don't think it probably went far enough for the runner ever to advance to third, but little Samantanacci going on there. That's a foul back to the screen. Gets caught in the netting. Strike one. Grounder over to third base, finds the gap. The left fielder comes up with it quickly. The runner's waved home. There'll be a pay at the plate. He's out. A brilliant throw from Josh Marriot. Nails the runner. And on the base hit, throw him out. It will be 0-2 with a man on first. Excuse me, 2 outs with a man on first for Gordon Shepherd. Throw over to first. Shepherd dives back. Is he okay? He looks a little bit shaken up on that dive. Time is called, so the can check on a possible injury here. Hopefully Daniel Moran over there at first is okay. He does stand up now. Dusts himself off. He broke his chain on that slide and, well, just put it in your pocket, young man. That's not going to go back on that easily. So, looks like Moran is okay. Play is called. It's a ball outside. Well outside on competitor pitch. McLaughlin maybe just taken out of his rhythm slightly by that drama. Much better pitch this time. It just misses the inside half of the plate, but it was a good pitch that could have easily been swung at by anyone. The 2-0, that one finds the plate. 2-1. Nice fastball on the outside. McLaughlin hitting his spots pretty well so far. He's thrown quite a few strikes. That one's just dropped by the catcher. I'm not sure why. It was not the hardest one to gather, you'd think, but no damage done. The runner stays at first. It'll be 3-1. Maybe a little bit crossed up on that pitch. Don't think that's quite what Gordon was expecting. And that will draw the walk. Similar pitch just outside. It'll be first and second with 2 outs. And Pete Weidman, the shortstop, steps to the plate. Shakes his bat, crouches low, and looks at a slightly high ball. Righty on righty. McLaughlin in the stretch. Pitches low in the zone. It's a foul ball. High foul ball over the first base line. And out of play, strike one. A little bit hard to see the foul balls sometimes from back here. The railings on this backstop are kind of right in the line of where you'd expect them to be. That one's thrown back to second, but the shortstop doesn't gather it. No play. Still 1-1. Mets looking to get out of this inning without any damage. Beautiful change-up, finds the zone, strike one. I say change-up is the speed of a change-up, but looked a little bit like a slider. Or no, it was tailing away. A bit hard to see the shape of the pitch sometimes, but we'll call it a change-up. Swing and a miss, strike three, and the Mets get out of it, keeping a clean sheet here going into the bottom of the second. So the number 7 strides to the plate for the Mets. That's Brendan Power, third baseman. Taps the plate twice. Bounces in a stance. Anderson deals, it's very high. Fastball. 1-0. Nice little change up from the lefty, 1-1. That's snuck into the zone. Maybe he calls that a slider. Does have a bit of a inside movement to it. That's bouncing ball down the third base line, foul. 1-2. So Anderson finds himself ahead in the count. He takes a moment to recollect himself. Now makes his way back to the rubber. That was a good pitch, fastball, and that drops into the second baseman's glove for a kind of a slow line drive out. Never really got very high, but never came off very quickly off the bat either. It'll be Antoine Miller coming to the plate, the number 9. Bouncing ball, first pitch over to the third baseman, fired across. Nice play by the Toucans. Gets Antoine Miller by a step. That was a tough play. It was a slow grounder over to the shortstop's natural position. But it was Daniel Moran, the third baseman, who came up with it and fired a bullet to get Miller at first. Back to the top of the order for Avon Fletcher. There's another ground ball first pitch. That one's going to go over to the second baseman. Second baseman fires across, and two excellent infield plays by the Toucans results in 2 outs. And the Mets come up empty-handed. A quick inning. We go to the top of the third. Still, Toucans nothing, Mets 1. Shows bunts foul to start the top of the third. Top of the order for the Mets. That's Will Zucker, the right fielder, trying to get himself on. Drew a walk in the first inning. But he's behind here 0-1 to McLaughlin, who's been finding the zone a lot in the last inning or so. That one's a dipping splitter almost, but it found the bottom of the zone. Strike 2. Fastball finds the first base grass. He'll be waved around for a second and maybe more, but there's a bullet fired into second base to prevent further advancement. It's a nice piece of hitting, results in a double for Will Zucker, and that'll bring up Reese Wilson with a man in scoring position for the Toucans. Still nobody out. McLaughlin takes a step back towards second with a shadow of intent. Will Zucker literally unmoved. There's another ground ball down the first base line. It comes off the first baseman's glove. Flip back to the pitcher. No, not flip back. Did he beat him to the bag? Yes, he did. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but umpire Kevin Anderson is going to call over his colleague to say what he saw. Out was the call at first. And out is the confirmed call at first. Manager wants an explanation, so they'll give him one. Well, Mike Shepard doesn't feel like he has to be involved, so he's going to come back and get himself situated at home while Kevin gives the explanation the manager may or may not want. But it's a very full explanation, whatever it is. I am not John Boy and I cannot read lips, so we'll leave it at that. The manager strides back to, the third base coach, or maybe that is the manager at third base coach position. Strides back into his position, and there'll be no more drama. So it's a man on third with one out after all that, and Satohiko Fukuda is batting, fouls back to the screen, strike one. That's just low and outside. Ball one. Nice pitch. Tempting from McLaughlin, but did not elicit the swing. Similar pitch. Also a little bit further outside, maybe. 2-1. So good pitching, you have to say, from McLaughlin, but the Toucans are just not biting. Somewhat uncharacteristically of a toucan. That was a good change-up, but doesn't quite find the zone. So it's 3-1 now. Mets may be relaxed about letting a man come to first here. Barely changes the situation at all. But that's a ground ball, and that finds the gap. That'll bring a run home for the Toucans tie game. And some gutsy hitting from Satohiko Fukuda took the 3-1 green light and gets himself an RBI. So the lefty Josh Marriot comes to the plate. And he looks at the first ball outside. And another one similarly just outside. 6 pitches without a strike now for McLaughlin. Looks a little bit, tiny bit rattled maybe, but takes an extra pause this time. Stretch and deal, nice pitch, but just high, ball 3. So will we have a 3-0 green light? No, we do not. 4-pitch walk, and Josh Marriot will stride into first base. Gets a tap on the hand from his coach. First and second now with one out. And it's Cameron Lee at the plate. The centre fielder for the Toucans. That's a balk called. It was a slightly unusual motion. No argument from McLaughlin. And the runners will step up to second and third. That takes most double plays out of play for the Mets. So bit of a break for the Toucans. That one's fouled back, excuse me. Not filed back. So McLaughlin gets a strike finally. Check swing foul. 0-2. Kind of a defensive swing by Cameron Lee. But it does mean that it's 0-2 as the sun comes out for the first time here at Finsbury Park. Bathing the pitch in light. And another defending the zone this time. Half swing to keep the at-bat alive. Still 0-2. 3 consecutive fouls in this at-bat. Cameron Lee seeing it well. He's got a 400 average in this league. Catcher sets up inside. The pitch was outside. It's fouled out again, this time down the first base line. A few balls delivered to Mike Shepherd. Still 0-2. Just off the plate. 1-2. Nice fastball from McLaughlin. Not fooling anybody. McLaughlin's had some good pitches, calling for balls, but Toucans are not tempted by them. That one's a high fly, pop fly to the shortstop position. Out number 2, and nobody can advance. So, just what the doctor ordered for the London Mets. And there's now 2 away. Endearing at bat, still looking for his first hit in this league. Righty on lefty. Swings at the first pitch. It's into right field. Robert Jacobs circles around it to take the catch. And the damage is limited to 1, but the Toucans tie the game. It will be... Who will it be? I want to say Joe Cosgrove. Anyway, close to the top of the order for the Mets. Coming up in the top of the 4th. We'll be right back. Bottom of the 3rd, excuse me. Daniel Moran takes a cold strike, 1 inside to lead us off in the bottom of the 3rd. I needed to say 2nd there for some reason. That one's in the dirt, 1-1. And Moran must be feeling good about his infield play. He's had a decent challenging plays out there. Infield play's been good all around this game. Toucans right on the ball in the previous inning to annihilate a threat from the Mets. That one swung behind everyone. Foul ball, 2-2. The 2-2 steps off. Everybody on base. Maybe just a miscommunication. Now the delivery comes through, but it's inside for ball 3, full count. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nice pitching from Bobby Anderson, gets his man. So one away for the Mets. And that'll bring up Gordon Shepherd. Bouncing ball into the outfield, base hits. And Mets have a man on. They had some hard hit balls which went nowhere, and finally one gets through. Excuse me, I said before the inning started that it was the top of the order, and it is. So that was Avon Fletcher with the strikeout. Joe Cosgrove is at first base, and it's Connor Brown at bat. The catcher and the hero of that game against the Arrows. And hits it again, hard fly ball into left field. That's a fair ball. It's gonna be a ground rule double. Slightly unclear as to where the ball has gone. Double or a home run? It's unclear. Yeah, it looks like the ball is on the other side of the fence. And Toucans are going to argue that should be a ground rule double, as the ball was out of play. But it looks like Connor Brown's been credited with a home run. Maybe it went out of play on the fly. I couldn't quite see it down there. In any case, Mets take the lead. So Connor Brown plays hero again. He tied the Arrows game with a grand slam last time we were here at Finsbury Park, and this time he gets a go-ahead 2-run homer. And Mike Banagale sees ball 1 in the dirt. Lefty on lefty here. Takes strike It's that slider type pitch again. Found the outer part of the plate. 1-1. Looping change, or maybe he calls it a curve. In any case, it didn't quite get into the zone. 2-1. That one's in the dirt and goes back to the backstop. Nobody's on base. But it will be ball 3, so Mets looking to keep it rolling here with a hitter's count and only one out. Misses the zone with the changeup, and that will be a walk. Mike Banagale gets his base, and that'll bring up Ryan Dixon, batting a healthy 409, 1.1 OPS. Lefty on righty. Swings at the first pitch, but looked like he swung over it. Or maybe he was just a bit ahead of it because it was a changeup, not a fastball. The 0-1 to Dixon. Outside. Ball 1. Mets might think about a stolen base here. If Banagale has the wheels, I think he does. And that's filed back 1-2. Old foul down the first base line. Still 1-2. Nice contact there from Ryan Dixon, but was just a bit ahead of it, and it could not stay fair. We'll do it again. The 1-2. Swung under into. No, it's a high pop up in the infield. I thought it was into shallow center, but no. That'll be out number 2. And Robert Jacobs will come to the plate with a man on first and 2 outs. High pitch for ball 1. Good eye from Jacobs. That swung and it finds the gap just over the third baseman's glove. Robert Jacobs will come into first base. Runner will hold at second. So the inning stays alive for the Mets. Bring up Brendan Power, the third baseman. Uncompetitive pitch outside. Ball 1. That one's in the dirt, and both runners will advance on the wild pitch. Heads up running from the Mets gives them second and third. And it's now 2-0 on Mr. Power. Brendan looking very comfortable here. That's another one in the dirt. That's going to bring a runner home. And the Mets score again. It's 1-4. The speedy Robert Jacobs is now at third. And the Toucans just have to find the zone here. They cannot afford to let the Mets run themselves into another run. Is that a phrase? Hopefully it is. That one's just low and in the zone. It's a full pitch walk, so it'll be runners at the corners with Michael Fiorentino coming to the plate. Lefty on righty. Anderson had a little bit of a word with his catcher there. And does put in a strike. Nice contact from the Mets, though. That's going to drive in another run. It seemed to go almost through the glove of the shortstop. It looked like it was right to the shortstop initially, but the shortstop could not come up with it. That's Pete Weidman over there at short. Unlucky for the Toucans, and the Mets get another run. It's 1-5. And this inning has gotten out of hand quickly for the Toucans. Runners at first and second now, and 2 outs for Antoine Miller. Lefty on lefty. Pitch way high over the batter's head. Miller didn't even need to get out of the way of it. It was so high. And Anderson just seems to have lost all control in this inning. He had a 4-pitch walk, followed by a pretty good pitch, which should have been a ground out, but ended up being an RBI. He does find the zone there with a fastball, 1-1. So, although he's been let down by his defense, he's also caused his own trouble here with a couple of wild pitches scoring a run. That one's just high. 2-1. Antoine Miller has been patient at the plate all day. That's a ground ball foul over to the first base dugout. 2-2. Better pitching so far in this at bat for Bobby Anderson. Swung under. It's a pop up in the infield. Third baseman has to go a long way for it, but does find it in the end. And that's the third out. But the Mets add on 4, and it's 1-5 going into the top of the 4th. So a very quick 1-2-3 inning from the Mets. You blink and you'll miss it. Mets still lead 5-1 in the bottom of the fourth. And my camera's been a bit funny the last inning and a half. I think one of those foul balls has put a bit out of joint. Do a few adjustments in the gap between the double headers, maybe hopefully get that fixed. Ball one outside for Avon Fletcher. Mets have probably more by luck than by design, but their top of the order has been batting first. That's a nice hard hit ball. Great launch angle, but foul down the third base line. Just a little bit out in front. But in 3 innings, the first, the third, and the fourth now, the Mets have come up to plate with the top of their order. That's a nice ball. That's the one he wanted the previous game and previous pitch. And that's going to be a stand-up double for Mr. Fletcher. Line drive just dribbled into the corner and nothing but two bases there for the Mets. That'll bring up Joe Cosgrove with a man in scoring position. The Mets looking to add on here in the bottom of the fourth. Nice fastball low in the zone from Anderson. Strike one. It's a stolen base for the Mets. Looked like a late jump and a decent throw, but there was no play, and Mets get a freebie. Low, ball two. Inside, 3-1. So hitters count for Joe Cosgrove. Ground ball, bouncing ball through the shortstop, fires over to first. It's a little bit high, but he gets his man. There is no attempt to come home. So some good infield play from the Toucans gets them their first out while holding the runner at third. It'll be Connor Brown coming up. Already has 3 RBI in this game on a home run and a double. That one's well outside uncompetitive pitch, ball 1. Even Fletcher's still at third base after the lead-off double, advanced on a steal. Now just looking for someone to put some good contact so he can come home. That's well inside, ball 2. Lefty on righty, 2-0. Nice changeup, finds the top of the zone, 2-1. When Anderson nails that sort of curvy change, he's hard to hit, hard to see. As a ground ball, it gets the third baseman in foul territory, foul ball. Third base coach, excuse me. So that'll be 2-2. I think it was a foul ball all the way. Did try to get out of it, out of the way of it. But contact in foul ground makes it a foul ball either way. Chopper foul. Still 2-2. Brown has liked what he's seen from Anderson so far from the fastball. But the secondaries have been deceiving him a little bit. Gets the fastball, but it's low and in the dirt. Mets come home and it's going to be a score. Even Fletcher got a great jump down there at third. He was halfway down by the time the catcher gathered the ball. And there's no play. So the Mets add on another one. It's 6-1. Connor Brown no longer has to play the hero again because the bases are empty, but I think he still wants more. It's 3-2, full count. Only one out. Gets him. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Nice pitch from Anderson. Gets him with what looked like could be a slider or something similar. A precious out for the Mets. Brings up Mike Banagale with the bases empty and 2 outs. Lefty on lefty. First pitch swinging into center field. Center fielder is under it, makes the catch. And there's 3 away, but the Mets add on one more. It's 6-1 going into the top of the 5th. Old strike one for Ryan McLaughlin. And a ball in the dirt to follow it up. Will Zucker is at the plate. Toucans made a change. Carlos Torres is now in right field. He batted for Pete Weidman in the previous inning. That's another draw on the bet. Takes the catcher's mask off. 2-1. That's a ground ball. Finds the gap. Toucans get their lead runner on. Toucans flap their wings in celebration, and they will bring up Reese Wilson, who slid over to shortstop in the absence of Pete Weidman. Will Zucker's moving over to second base, and Carlos Torres, the right fielder. Nice pitch from McLaughlin. Doesn't quite find the zone. Ball one. It was a fastball just outside. Nice check on the runner from McLaughlin. Dives back into the bag. Toucans trying to salvage something from this game. Looks at a ball inside. Does Reese Wilson. And apologies for the jointiness of the camera, but my clamp's been all over the place since that foul ball in the third inning. The 2-0. Fastball down the inside, middle of the plate. Belt high, strike one. Another strike on this time on the outside half of the plate. And that's a full count. I missed a ball in there somewhere. It's 3-2. The payoff pitch. Swung into right field. Is it going to find the grass? No, it's foul. Robert Jacobs made a long run to try to track that ball down, but it actually ended up all the way by the fences. It looked like it would fall fair off the bat, but maybe the wind got a little bit of it. And we'll do it again. It's a 3-2 pitch. It's cloudy again here at Finsbury Park. Nice visibility for all the players. Gets him at the bottom of the zone. Frozen pizza called strike three. Beautiful pitching from McLaughlin. And the Mets get an important strikeout to bring up Satohiko Fukuda with a runner on first and one out. Another nice pitch from McLaughlin. Fastball on the outside half of the plate. Strike one. Toucans have looked at a lot of strikes this game. Looked at a few balls as well, but not swinging the bat as he sees strike two as well. Toucans need to offer more at these pitches because they're just watching themselves go down. Nice swing, but it's foul down the third base line. Fukuda got a lot of that ball, but was just a little bit out ahead of it. That came off the bat probably close to 100 miles an hour, but it was foul all the way. The 1-2. Checks the runner back. Safe call. Loud safe call from Kevin Anderson. And ball 2 just outside on the change-up. 2-2. Mets had a breakout third inning where they scored 4. One in the first and one in the fifth. Has made this a 6-1 ball game. Good defense from both teams, but it's been the Mets hitting the cover off the ball to all parts of the field. A couple of wild pitches from the Toucans did not help them either. It's low to run the count full, 3-2. Excuse me, 2-2 apparently. Now I've got too many balls. Chopper over to third base. That's going to go foul. It looked like it was fair a lot of the way, but then took a hop into foul territory, and third baseman catches it there. Or stops it there, I should say. So we'll do it again. And on first, 1 out, full count. That's a chopper back to the mound. No play to second, but an easy play to first for the second out. Nice fielding from McLaughlin. Some redemption for an earlier chopper, which kind of hit his glove on the bottom of the mound. It was a difficult play, and that eventually led to the Toucans' only run in this game back in the first inning. So 2 outs with a man on second now for Josh Marriot. Riding on lefty. Looks at a strike down the middle. And I'm pretty sure the Toucans have had more seeing strikes than swinging strikes in this game. They have been frozen in place by McLaughlin all day long. McLaughlin stepped off the mound there. Maybe just making sure that runner on second was not taking too much of a lead. And fires a fastball outside for ball 1. Bouncing ball foul of the first baseline. 1-2. Toucans really need to start putting together some better at bats. They had several in the second and third inning, but McLaughlin has been all over them since, and that's going to be an easy out. Grounded to second, flipped over to first, and aside from a what was it? A leadoff walk, leadoff single? I've now forgotten. In any case, Toucans get nothing, and it's still 6-1 going into the bottom of the fifth. Bouncing ball pole foul. That's 2 and 2 if my counting was right while I wasn't at the table. Uncompetitive pitch, wide of the plate. Ball 3. 3 and 1, excuse me. Strike down the middle, looked at all the way. Full count. Swung into center field. Center fielder is under it and makes the play, one away. Good contact, but a little bit too high. That'll bring up Robert Jacobs with the bases empty and 1 out. Robert Jacobs looks at ball 1 in the dirt. Jacobs has been a bit more patient at the plate these last 2 games, and that's paid off. He's hit for good average and gotten a walk as well. Lefty on righty. Sees a changeup sneak in there, 1 and 1. Maybe he calls that a curve. It doesn't have classical curve movement, more of a changeup shape, but does have a fair bit of break to it. It's a ball in the dirt. Uncompetitive pitch. Two and one. Well, it looked like a good pitch, but didn't quite get in there. 3 and 1. Robert Jacobs talking to himself a little bit. Swung on into center field, similar to the previous out. Center fielder gathers it for out number 2. And the Toucans finally look like they're going to get a 1-2-3 inning. It's been all traffic for the Mets. These last 3 innings, a clean sheet would be a moral victory, at least for the Toucans here in the bottom of the 5th, down 6-1. Swung under, foul over the first base dugout. And Power at the plate takes ball 1 low at his feet, 1 and 1. Pitchers have been missing outside more than inside. Both the lefty and the righty pitching away from the players. You have not had a hit by pitch or anything near it, except for the one that sailed over the batter's head earlier. That was a lefty on lefty ball. That one's foul back to the screen, 1 and 2. So Anderson to Power. Ground ball over to the shortstop. Fired over to first. Gets the out. And the Hearts get a 1-2-3 inning. It will be some baseball players. Very easy to lose track of the lineup on these types of scorecards. I believe it's Josh Marriot, Cameron Lee, and Ian Deering in the top of the sixth when we come back. Right down the middle of the strike one, and then a bouncing ball over to the shortstop. Tough play. Its throw's going to be well late. That's going to be an infield hit for Cameron Lee. Or was that Josh Marriott? Yes, Ian Deering is at the plate. That was Cameron Lee with the infield hit. Goes down to first base. And Deering looks at, pinch hitter Grant Maddox looks at ball one. And looks like a similar pitch, but snuck into the zone. Strike one. 1-1. Strike on the inside, fastball, nice pitch from McLaughlin, 1-2. When McLaughlin has found that part of the zone, he has gotten a lot of cold strikes. Swung on, foul to the backstop. Over the backstop, into the grass. Still 1-2. That was a bit outside. 2-2. 6 strikeouts to McLaughlin so far in this game, and 1 pitch away from his 7th. But the pitch is spoiled once more, 2-2. Some nice defensive hitting here from Maddox. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Maddox lets out a swear word as He goes down on strikes to McLaughlin. That'll be the second out. The first out, excuse me. Daniel Moran comes to the plate. Man on first. Nice change up for McLaughlin. Strike one. Beautiful pitch. That inside part of the plate has been money for McLaughlin all afternoon. Swung foul out of play. And quickly 0-2 for Ryan McLaughlin. Mike Shepherd just making sure he's got balls he likes. Ball put back into play. Daniel Moran looks at ball three. It's ball one, excuse me. That's going to be a wild pitch. Runner goes down to second. It's a very uncompetitive pitch in the dirt, and Connor Brown did not quite get it on the crossover. The Toucans have a man in scoring position again. There's a ball in the dirt again. They have not been good at bringing their runners home. They have only one run on 6 hits. A little bit of sunshine finds its way back to Finsbury Park. Chopped ball over to third base. Going to be a tough throw over to first. He's safe. It was a long throw. Runner got held at third with the ball coming over to the third baseman. Held at second, excuse me. So it'll be first and second with one out. And Gordon Shepherd comes to the plate to try to do some damage for the Toucans. Specifically, they need 5 cans to tie this game. And Shepherd looks at ball one outside. Fly ball left field. Catch is made. The runner looks at advancing, makes a bit of a stutter step, but there's a powerful throw from the left fielder, Josh Marriot. Holds the runner. And that'll be 2 away for the Mets, and it's still first and second with Carlos Torres at the plate. This will be his first at bat. He came in as a defensive replacement previous inning. That's wide and outside, ball one. Swung, popped foul over the screen. For a second, it looked like that might just stay in play, but found its way into the bleachers, and it's 1-1. Carlos Torres hitting a healthy 324, 891 OPS. Sees ball 2 inside, fastball. In his profile pic on the National Baseball League, he's got a blurry photo of his face as he looks at a downtown strike 2 with sunglasses perched on his hat. And you almost feel like he should have left the sunglasses on because he's absolutely squinting at the camera. That one's wide and outside ball 3, and the count runs full. Full count, runners at first and second, 2 outs. Runners will go. And that's a foul ball out of play. We'll do it again. The runner on first baseman didn't really jump much at that contact. He should be running anyway, contact or no, because it's 3 and 2 outs. Some encouragement from the dugout to get him to run a bit more, and that's lined in the right field. We're going to have runs here. It goes all the way back behind Robert Jacobs. That's going to score 2 on a stand-up double from Carlos Torres. And the Toucans might feel like they're back into this ball game. It's 6-3. That will also bring up the top of the order for the Toucans. Will Zucker, now at second base, started out in right field, will come up to the plate, batting .313 with an .826 OPS. He's had a walk, a run, and 2 hits in this game already. And he sees ball 1 well outside from McLaughlin. A little bit of frustration from McLaughlin, maybe, because he pitched well, got a couple base runners on with not much fault of his own, and then that line drive went all the way into deep right field to score 2 runs, and he's still pitched extremely well, but maybe he would have liked the ERA of 1 something rather than the ERA of 3 something. That's a ground ball over to second base. Should be an easy play for the Mets. It is. 3 away, but the Toucans get 2 more. It's 6-3 going into the bottom of the 6th. So, pitching change for the Toucans. It's Johan Villanueva on the mound. And the first hit by pitch of the game. Pretty slow change up, just nailed him in the back. First and second, one away, shows bunt, pulls back into the swing position and takes ball one. Just Cosgrove batting, even Fletcher is at first base. Michael Fiorentino is at second. And Joe Cosgrove looks at ball two. Bottom of the sixth inning here in this 7-inning game. Well inside ball three, and Mets are one ball away from loading the bases here with one out against Johan Villanueva. Bobby Anderson finished on 5 innings pitched. Allowed 5 hits, 6 runs, but only 4 earned. And Joe Cosgrove flips the bat as he goes down to first base to load the bases on 4-pitch walk. Anderson had only 2 strikeouts to 3 walks. Fastball low in the zone, ball one. Under the zone, excuse me. Ball two. In the waivers, pitched with good velocity, but a little bit wild. That one finds the zone. That'll be strike one, 2-1 to Connor Brown. That's a high fastball, ball three. 3-1. Well, after seeing the lefty for 5 innings straight, let's get to see a righty, and has to be said, I've not seen many good pitches, but that was one, and that's going to be strike two to Connor Brown for a full count. And he looks at strike three, cold, nice pitch from Johan Villanueva. And a crucial out for the Toucans. Keeps the bases loaded, but it's 2 outs for Mike Banagale, righty on lefty. And Banagale sees ball one well outside. Catcher did well to get on top of that pitch, as could have easily gone wild. But slipped the glove into it and made it look easy. That's another ball low. This time, at least it was nearer the plate. Here the waiver pitching still with pretty intense velocity, but seems to be a roll of the dice whether he finds the zone or not. As Mike Banagale finds himself 1 ball away from an RBI walk. Three-zero green light, but it's going to come up empty as it's a ground ball to second baseman for an easy out. And after loading the bases with 0 outs, the Toucans get out of it. We'll be going to the top of the 7th. 6-3 Mets. So it's do or die for the Toucans in the top of the 7th, final inning. And it'll be Reese Wilson to face someone who's not Ryan McLaughlin. I'm not sure who is pitching for the Mets. We'll find out in a second. That's a ball low below the zone. In any case, fouled away. No, excuse me. Oh, it is foul, but it was nearly caught by Robert Jacobs, who made a diving attempt, sprawling on all fours to try to get that ball down the foul line. Great effort from Rob Jacobs, but it's an eventful strike 1-1-1. Nice pitch, but wide. Aidan Fletcher is the pitcher, moving over from first base. Ryan McLaughlin will take over at first base. And the Mets lose their DH, with Mike Vandergale returning to the bench. Righty and righty, the 2-2 to Wilson. That's low. That was a full count, excuse me, because that was a walk. And the Toucans get their lead runner on, and it'll be Satohiko Fukuda coming to the plate to keep the Toucans' hopes alive. Nobody out, man on first. That's right down the middle for ball one. A wild pitch, low and outside. Ball two. Nice strike down the middle, fastball from Fletcher. 2-1. Fletcher's all muscle out there on the mound. Big guy. First base pitcher, kind of an unusual combination. You'd think you'd use that arm at third base, but the Mets, I have to say, are blessed with a number of good third basemen, and he blows that one by him for strike two, swinging. 2-2. We have seen at least 4 Mets at third base over the course of the season. They've all pitched well. He blows it by him again, strike three. Even Fletcher gets the strikeout. And the Mets are 2 outs away from a victory, a 5th consecutive victory. I'll have to get by the lefty, Josh Marriot. First pitch swinging deep into right field. It's out of here. All of a sudden, it is 6-5, and what a ball game we have on our hands now. Josh Marriot with a 2-run home run. He's filled up the stat sheet all day today. Cameron Lee sees strike one, but Toucans have to fancy their chances. They still need one more to tie the game. It's 5-6. Check swing. He did not go. 1-1. That's a ball in the dirt. Dribbles back to the backstop. 2-1. Kevin Anderson, base umpire in this game, was very dramatic with his check swing calls in particular. Usually a rather understated mechanic, but not for Mr. Anderson. Lee sees strike two. 2-2. Dribbling ground ball, it's foul. Not by much. Mets a bit lucky that was foul because Brendan Power did not come up with it cleanly. It was a tough pick, to be fair. Still 2-2. High ball three, full count. Toucans had only 1 run until the 6th inning when they scored 2 and then 2 more in the 7th on the 2-run home run. That's fouled back to the screen. The at-bat stays alive for Cameron Lee. So they've left it late, but they've made it a competitive ball game. It's a 1-run game. One's fouled back again. Lee putting together a good at-bat against Fletcher. That one's high. He draws a walk. So Cameron Lee, after being in a pitching count for most of that at bat, manages to get a walk out of it. That's critical for the Toucans, trying to keep alive here and maybe even get a run and maybe even take the lead, I could fancy. Grant Maddox, the hitter, fouls it back. Strike one. So the Mets now get to face Maddox, Moran, and Shepard, should it get that far. Change up, strike two, throws him. Nice pitching from Fletcher. Toucans have a top-heavy order. It really falls off once they get down to the number 6 in the lineup. And that's a strike three called. Bottom of the zone. Fantastic pitching from Fletcher. Gets a 3-pitch strikeout. How critical could that be? And the Mets 1 out away, despite all the drama, from winning this ball game. Called strike again in the bottom of the zone. Fletcher finds that changeup. It is deadly. Nice pitch, tempting on the outer half of the plate. That's where the catcher was setting up. I think that's what they wanted, but no swing. It's 1-1. Toucans have all played this at bats like Taylor Ward of the Orioles. They've just looked at every pitch they could possibly look at. Dribbler down the third baseline, foul. 1-2. So the Mets are 1 strike away. Moran takes time to check his shoes, check his glove, dig back in. Fletcher to Moran for the ball game. Swung on, foul. Gonna run out of room. It's into the grass. We'll do it again. That one's fouled down the third baseline. How many lives does Daniel Moran have? One's outside, 2-2. Fletcher playing with his food here a little bit. I think he's gotten the pitches he wanted, but Moran just not swinging at him. Ground ball to the second baseman. Runs it over to second, holds it on the bag, and the ball game is over. Well, a little bit of excitement there between second base and shortstop, but they find the force and the ball game. It's a 6-5 finish, and the Mets have done it again. Second half of the doubleheader coming up in a couple hours. We'll bring you that as well. But for now, the Mets are on a 5-game winning streak. We'll be back later with more from Finsbury Park and the London Mets. So that's a lead-off walk for the Toucans. The scorecard yet to be started on the system. As batter number 2 looks at ball 1. I will get you the lineups and everything that's going on as soon as that scorecard is started. And the runner's caught. Warner is hauled up between second and third, and he's tagged, and he's out. And he tumbles into the dust for good measure. Well, first pickoff in a while we've had at Finsbury Park, and it goes the Mets' way. Clears the bases, and there's one down for whoever this is. William Harris is on the mound for the Mets. Delivers strike 1. Satohiko Fukuda, the catcher, is batting. Will Zucker, the leadoff man, was picked off. That's a sharply hit ground ball to shortstop over to first for the out and round the horn, and the Mets have 2 away quickly here in the top of the first. So Josh Marriot will step in with 2 away. The base is empty to face William Harris. Lefty on lefty. Marriott looks at strike 1 cold inside. Check swing didn't go, ball low. Confirmed by Mike Shepard over first base. That one's a slider high above the zone. 2-1. Chopper down to second through the second base hole, and that's going to be a base hit for Josh Marriott. So the Herts get their man back on first, but with 2 outs. And Carlos Torres will be the batter. Lefty on righty. Swung on and missed. The pitch was low, and he swung right through it. It was an early swing. I think he was expecting the fastball, and it just died on him. Time called for some reason. And now resumed. Fastball high, 1-1. Good pitching so far from William Harris, who sports a 2.1 ERA on the season. Chopper over the third base line. That's going to be foul. 1-2. Big swing and miss, strike 3, and the ball's flipped back to the mound. That's all she wrote for the Toucans, and the Mets hold them scoreless in the top of the first. Leading off for the Mets, it will be Avon Fletcher, the DH, batting first. Joe Cosgrove, the catcher, batting second. Connor Brown, the first baseman, batting third. When we come back. Masa, Masa Hashiguchi is on the mound for the Toucans. Delivered ball one just above the zone, but finds the strike on the outer half of the plate, 1-1. Avon Fletcher, the batter, closed out the game in the previous half of this doubleheader. Looks at a changeup over the top of the zone, ball two. Hashiguchi pitched well against the Mets last time here at Finsbury Park. Opening day. Has a 3.65 ERA on the season, which is pretty good at this level. Five wins, 3 losses on the season for Hashiguchi. Swing and a miss, strike three, he got him. Nice job by Masa Hashiguchi. Gets the first out here for the Toucans. That'll bring up Joe Cosgrove. The leader in average and OPS in this Mets lineup. Oh, leader in average, excuse me, not an OPS. That'll go to Connor Brown. He looks at strike one down the middle from Hashiguchi. Second one is a fastball low, but it's a ball. 1-1. Nice take from Joe Cosgrove. And Hashiguchi screams his way into a strike at the bottom of the zone, similar to the previous pitch, but just a little bit higher. Gets it at the knees. 1-2. Foul tip. Off the bat, off the shoe, off a bit of everything. Still 1-2. Dog is also saying it's 1-2. Just missed the outer edge of the plate. 2-2. Nice pitch from Hashiguchi. Tough one to lay off of again. Joe Cosgrove's eye has been on point so far in this at bat. That was just low. Hashiguchi wanted it. He was calling it on behalf of the umpire, but no, it's full count. Hashiguchi has a swing and a miss, strike three. He got him. Back-to-back strikeouts to lead off for Hashiguchi. Hashiguchi has a windup reminiscent of Yamamoto, but in everything else, he is more like Shota Imanaga of the Cubs in that he is expressive, yells at most pitches, is extremely happy when he does well, extremely sad when he doesn't. And he gets a swing and a miss from Connor Brown to lead off this at bat. Hashiguchi very close to a perfect inning here for the Toucans. I feel like if the Toucans are going to stay in this game, their defense has to be on point because their offense has not been on this day or generally throughout the season. The back half of their lineup's hitting 200 and lower in most cases. So they've really got to keep these games close, and Hashiguchi is going to be a big part of that today if they want to be competitive and split the doubleheader. Swing and a miss, strike two, 2-2. Nice pitch again from Hashiguchi, who is absolutely gassing it on the mound today. We don't have a radar gun here, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was touching 75-80. Winds and deals, but it's outside, ball 3. Full count. 2 outs, bases empty. And Connor Brown looking for something, anything in this inning. Chopper! That's going to find the gap. It's a base hit. Bit of luck for the Mets as it sneaked between the third baseman and the jogging shortstop. Should say running shortstop. It was a tough play. It would have taken a major league fielder to get to that ball. It was just had eyes all over it, and it's a base hit. Man on first, and 2 outs for the Mets here to bring up Ryan Dixon, the center fielder. Dixon batting .375 with a 1.024 OPS. Part of this very healthy Mets batting lineup. That one's high. Change up that missed the top part of the zone. Ball 1. Swing and off the shortstop's glove and into left field. That should go down as an error. That was an easy line drive out until it wasn't. See, when I hit those, people catch them. But for the Mets, it's going to be first and second with 2 outs for Robert Jacobs, the right fielder, who's had a good day at the plate and in the outfield. Looks at a changeup. Missed something. Ball 1. Inside, says the umpire. Fastball down the middle, strike 1. Nice pitch from Hashiguchi. His velo and control is on point today. Shakes off a sign, takes the second one, pulls off and fakes a throw to second base. Having disengaged. No play. Robert Jacobs takes time. Now steps back into the box, and it'll be a 1-1 again. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Blew it by him as the fastball. And the Toucans are once more 1 strike away of getting out of this inning, but they are failing to convert what should be some easy outs. Hashiguchi not to blame for any of this traffic. Really. Time called. Not entirely sure what's going on there, but we'll resume. The 1-2. That's a slider outside, 2-2. Good patience from Jacobs. Works himself back into the count. Ground ball to the shortstop. Shortstop picks it up. It's not very clean pickup, but he does get the Speedy Jacobs at first by half a step. And it's a clean inning for the Toucans. We will go scoreless into the second inning. So William Harris will face against Cameron Lee. Face against, is that a phrase? It is now. Cameron Lee. And my gain is a bit high on my mic, isn't it? 101. Harris has been pitching at a good cadence here. Line drive, center field, base hit. That's a good piece of hitting right down the middle from Cameron Lee. And once again, the Toucans get their first runner on. And we Reese Wilson, the shortstop, moved down from second to sixth in the lineup. Sees a changeup for ball one inside by the looks of it. Changeup or maybe a slider from Harris. Tends to cut inside. That one's outside fastball, ball two. William Harris, long hair, grey cap. I don't know if it's grey, if it's just dusty, but looks slightly different color than a lot of the teammates. 3-0 to Wilson. It got him picked off again. Oh, but he couldn't come up with it. They had him. They completely had him there off the bag, but Connor Brown bumbled the ball. And then they didn't have him. And hopefully that won't cost the Mets. That should have been an easy pickoff. Strike at the bottom of the zone from Harris, 3-1. Bouncing ball to the second baseman. They could get two. One out is made. Two outs are made. Double play Mets. And a bases clearing double play gives the Mets 2 outs, nullifies that little pickoff error. We'll forget about that because the out was made anyway. And the Toucans, Gordon Shepard will come up with the bases empty to face William Harris. And William Harris starts him off with a changeup right down the middle of strike one. That was a nice pitch to hit, but Gordon Shepard following the template for all the Toucans batters today, which has been to look at everything and take everything. Takes ball one high. Inside ball two. I think that Harris has a slider. It's a little bit hard to see from the lefty, but it does tail away inside to the right-hander. It's a good pitch for a left-hander to throw accurately. Over to third base, but oh no, another error on the first baseman. I mean, it was a tricky play. It was in the dirt. It was a short hop. It's that kind of play that Vladimir Guerrero makes every time, and a few other people do. It's a tough pick, but I'm afraid that may go down as an error on Connor Brown because they had him by some distance. But as it is, there'll be a man on first with 2 outs, and it'll be Jordan Villanueva coming to the plate. Jordan swings at the first pitch. It's fouled back to the screen, 0-1. Jordan isn't wearing a belt and takes a minute to adjust his pants, which seem to be falling down a bit. Still no runs for anyone. Still no runs for anyone. Bottom of the second here at Finsbury Park. And a fastball just over the top of the zone for ball one. Brendan Power. That's cut into the netting. Strike one. Breezy day, which is warm but feels cold here at Finsbury Park. Swung into the gap, just over the second baseman's outstretched glove. That'll be a base hit for Brendan Power, and the Mets have the lead runner on with nobody out. Nice piece of hitting from Power. Went the other way with it. Kind of all launch angle, no speed. A bit of a Louis Arise type hit into the gap, but it all counts, and he's on first. Fiorentino looks at a sharp strike at the bottom of the zone. Nice pitch from Hashiguchi. Hashiguchi pitched his way out of a jam in the first inning after getting 2 quick outs. The Mets got runners on first and second. That one's driven high into center field. It's going to hold up for the center fielder, Cameron Lee. And there's one away. We have a very even outfield distance here at Finsbury Park of about 210, but it feels a lot further how close we are to sea level and how wet it is here all the time. That one's just outside ball one. We've got the wind blowing in a lot of the time as well, so not a lot of home runs here at Finsbury Park. When it flies, it tends to sneak over the fence. I'm going to check back to first, no play. Antoine Miller, the batter, righty on lefty, gets under it, and that's looped into left field. The left fielder is there. And 2 fly balls make for 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Threatening to strand Brendan Power at first with his leadoff hit. This will be Gordon Cameron digging in, the number 9 hitter. Batting 138 on the season so far. He looks at a slow changeup on the inner half of the plate. Excuse me, ball one. I thought it was a strike for a second. Deceptive movement here from Hashiguchi. That's driven into center field. The diving play, but he can't come up with it. That could score one, but the runner's held at third as a very good throw comes into the catcher to hold the runners. So it'll be second and third with 2 outs as the Mets get a stroke of luck, and that'll bring up the top of the order as well. Avon Fletcher will be the batter with a chance to put the Mets on the board. It was a tough play in center, but it seemed to stay in the air for a long time. The wind blowing in may have just saved that ball from being caught because it felt initially like it was going right to the center fielder's position, and then it just died. Dropped right in front of him. And what could have been an out turns into a double. But that's baseball. And Hashiguchi to Fletcher. First pitch swinging. First pitch crushed into right field. That's going to score 1. Second run comes around. No throw. The Mets get 2. Avon Fletcher goes the other way and gets a 2 RBI single. So a bit of good hitting and a bit of good luck. And the Mets are on the board. Joe Cosgrove will come to the plate. Ethan Fletcher at first. 2 away. Hashiguchi to Cosgrove is low, strike called. Similar pitch, this one's too low, ball 1. Not sure if that's a splitter. I can't quite see the seam on the ball, but kind of behaves like a splitter. That one's fouled back to... No, excuse me, that's not a foul ball. That's going to stay fair, but it's going to be caught by the right fielder. It seemed to be in the air forever. And that will be the inning. Everybody's out. But the Mets get 2. Top of the third, it will be Weidman, Zucker, and Fukuda for the Toucans. Joe Cosgrove grinning at the camera there on what's possibly the worst pickoff throw of his career. He's going to try it again. Much better, Joe. Don't worry, nobody saw that. Nobody's on the internet these days. So Pete Weidman, the third baseman, digs in against William Harris and takes strike 1. Fastball. Harris, a small, lanky left-hander, comes over the top of the changeup but misses. 1-1. That one's a high fly, infield fly ball. Second baseman gets under it and makes the catch. Easy play for Michael Fiorentino. And there's 1 away. Sorry, I got the wrong inning on the screen. Let's fix that. There we go. That'll bring us back to the top of the order. For the Toucans, it's Will Zucker. Harris given a warning that the batter never looked at him. Now he goes into his windup, and now he delivers a strike at the bottom corner of the zone. Nice pitch. It's 0-1. Will Zucker batting 303 with an 819 OPS, pretty respectable. Same pitch again, 0-2. Toucans have got to start swinging at some point. They're just way too patient at the plate all day long. It's a similar pitch just outside the corner of the zone. 1-2. Good idea. Just once he's looked at 2 of those, just try to take it away from him and see if he swings, but he didn't. He swings at that one, though. That's strike 3. And he's out. Two pretty quick outs for the Mets here in the top of the third. That'll bring up Satohiko Fukuda. Lefty on righty. Pitch is just at the bottom of the zone. We'll start calling that a slider. It looks like a slider, and that's strike one. Swing and a miss, strike two of the fastball. Great pitching here from Harris. Absolutely dominating these Toucans so far the day. That one's just a little bit low. 1-2. Ground ball over to third, off the third baseman and out of play. He will get two bags. So one of the weirdest ground rule doubles you'll ever see, because it just came off the third baseman. And instead of doing what it normally does, which is to kind of go down and into the wall, perhaps, it actually popped up off him and went over the fence. So unlucky for Harris, who was all over that at bat. Fukuda gets a free bag at second, and it'll be Josh Marriot, lefty on lefty. Marriott looks at a slider away. Ball one. Lefty on lefty sliders can be pretty deadly, but if anything, Harris has been more effective against the righties so far in this game. Gets the strike there, 2-1. Three very similar pitches from Harris to start off Josh Marriott. Josh Marriott batting .333 with a .919 OPS. He gets under that one. That's into center field, but that's going to stay up for the out. The Mets get out of their threat and still scoreless for the Toucans. Mets lead by 2. Connor Brown to lead off the Mets here in the the bottom of the third. And he sees ball one away. And looks at ball two away. Hashiguchi. Sometimes just frustrated by the calls, but maybe just frustrated that he's slightly missing his spots. 2-1 as Connor Brown swings through a low fastball. Nowhere near it. Gets onto that one. That's driven into left field, but that's going to hang up for the left fielder who makes the catch. Josh Marriot out there has been solid in defense, and there's one away. So Ryan Dixon will step into the box. Base is empty, 1 out. Hashiguchi stretches, winds, deals. Another fly ball. This is going to hold up for the center fielder. It had to come in a long way, but he does make the catch. That wind just pushing the balls back towards the infield every time. So now 2 away. Robert Jacobs steps up. Just low and outside, ball 1. Good pitch from Hashiguchi, but Robert taking all the way. And that one's just high. Robert using his small strike zone, to his advantage here. And Hashiguchi gives himself a little get it together ritual. And fires one right down the middle. It seemed to work. 2-1. Hashiguchi has a number of little things he does, which all seems to come together. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Good pitching from Hashiguchi. It's 2-2. Robert Jacobs takes a big, deep breath. Walks out of the box, comes back into the box, digs back in. Hashiguchi takes his second sign. It's a changeup down the middle, taken, strike 3. Toucans get a 1-2-3 inning. We'll go to the bottom of the third, starting off with Carlos Torres for the Toucans. High called in the top of the fourth. Carlos Torres looks at strike 1. in the lower part of the zone. Swings and chopped over to the second baseman. Off balance throw, but gets his man. Nice play. Michael Fiorentino has been solid as a rocket there at second base. I don't know, maybe rocks are not the best thing to compare second baseman to, but in any case, he's been good. More fluid-like than Rocky. I don't know if there's a comparison in English we can use. That's a strike. Tricky pitch, almost a curveball. It finished almost in the dirt, but it found its way through the zone. That one swung on over to third base. That one's fired across the diamond and tagged for the out. 2 away. So a quick 2 outs for the Mets in the top of the fourth. And the Toucans struggling to find any offense here against this Mets pitching led by William Harris. Mets defense, I should say. There's been some great plays in the infield. That's a low fastball. Was that called a strike or a ball? I couldn't quite. I didn't see it. I heard it, but I didn't hear quite what it was. That one's ball outside. I think that's 1-1, but I'm not sure. Reese Wilson looks at a high changeup. 2-1. Umpire confirms. That's just outside. Good framing attempt from Joe Cosgrove, but the umpire not moved. 3-1. 3-1 green light, swung under into right field. Robert Jacobs barely has to move, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Mets. Coming up in the bottom of the fourth, it'll be Brendan Power, Michael Fiorentino, and Antoine Miller. Brendan Power to face Hashiguchi here in the bottom of the fourth. Hashiguchi has been solid with 2 unlucky earned runs charged to his name. First pitch swinging over to third base. It trickles through to the shortstop, and it's going to be a wide throw. Really needed to be got by the charging third baseman if they were to have a chance at catching Brendan Power. And it's an infield hit. So the Mets get their lead runner on, and it's Michael Fiorentino, who's been fantastic on defense, stepping up to try to do some offense and get the Mets some insurance here in the bottom of the fourth. Runner goes immediately. It's an effective hit and run, and that's going to bring the runner to third. Base hit for Michael Fiorentino. The runner going pulled the second baseman to the bag, and there was all sorts of room there then for Fiorentino to get one through the gap. Well, a bit of luck and a nice piece of hitting on 2 pitches. The Mets have runners at first and third with nobody out. Righty on lefty now, well inside to Antoine Miller. Sorry, says the pitcher. I don't think it's quite what he intended to throw. That's less inside, but still a ball. 2-0. Antoine Miller looking for a hit. He's not been hitting well this far this season. 111 with a 269 OPS. But he's got a chance to drive in a run here for the Mets, even on an out. And that's going to do it. It comes off the third baseman. It's fair. It goes into the outfield. It's going to score 1. Fiorentino holds up at third. It's an RBI double for Antoine Miller. The Mets get another one. It's 0-3. And still nobody out with men on second and third, with Gordon Cameron at bat. Top of the order is on deck. Avon Fletcher will be stepping into the circle. Joe Cosgrove is the catcher. Also, we'll see an at-bat in this inning, and the Mets threatening here to get more. And it's outside for ball 1. The top of this Mets lineup has been absolutely mashing the ball all season. And the Toucans really need an out here if they're going to contain the damage. But it's 2-0 and a hitter's count onto Gordon Cameron already. Fastball down the middle, strike 1. Well, that's exactly, I think, what Hashiguchi needs to do here. Throw caution to the wind, throw strikes. Another fastball down the middle, but unlucky. It chops over the second baseman's head, the shortstop's head. That's going to score 1. That's going to score 2. It's a 2 RBI single for Gordon Cameron. And the bottom of the order comes through for the Mets with 3 runs added here in the bottom of the 4th. Still nobody out. And the top of the order now comes up in the form of Avon Fletcher, who already has 2 RBI to his name. Both RBIs in the second came off his hit. High changeup, ball 1. Hashiguchi can clearly still throw strikes, but something's made him want to play around the edge of the zone, and that hasn't helped him because he got behind in counts early. And then that's giving the Mets hitters stuff to hit with not much pressure in the at-bat. And he's 3-0 here, and that one gets away from the catcher, and Gordon Cameron comes into second base standing on a pass ball, I suspect, by the catcher. And that's ball 4. So first and second now for the Mets, still nobody out. That was Walter Bass, batting for Avon Fletcher, who drew the walk just now, and it's Joe Cosgrove stepping up to the plate. First and second, nobody out, 3 runs in and a chance to get more. Sees a changeup right down the middle, strike one. Tough to lay off that one, but in fairness, Hashiguchi has not been throwing a lot of strikes in this inning. But he gets ahead quickly here, 0-2 on the secondaries. And this is what Hashiguchi needs to do. He needs to throw strikes, get ahead in the count, and then he can work around these batters. Gets behind, there's no relief. So these Mets are seeing the ball well, and when they're hitting it well. 1-2 now to Cosgrove. Swung under into the screen. Foul ball will do it again. Called strike 3 on the inside half of the plate. Some frozen pizza from Hashiguchi. Do they do pizza in Japan? Frozen sushi from Hashiguchi. Connor Brown will come to the plate. Still a lot of chance for the Mets to do some damage despite the out. He shows bunt, and he does lay it down. That's a good bunt. It falls right in front of the catcher and the first baseman. It comes off his glove. That's going to score one and advance the runner to third. And that's going to be an error on Gordon Shepard, the Toucans first baseman, who could not come up with the ball. I suspect that Joe Cosgrove was going to beat out that throw anyway. So it was an unnecessary throw, but in any case, the first baseman bobbled it, and that let the run score. Conversation on the mound just to settle in Hashiguchi, who's okay, he's gotten behind in some counts and criticized him for that, but he's pitching well, and it's this defense has let him down. So Connor Brown, arguably the Mets' best hitter, now has runners at first and third. Takes a strike from Hashiguchi. Still only one out. Mets did damage with 2 outs, and again with 1 out. Changeup taken low, ball 1, 1-1. Hashiguchi to, excuse me, it's Ryan Dixon batting. Connor Brown was the previous batter. And that's a swing and a miss as a strike, 1-2. Yeah, Connor Brown, excuse me, was got the bunt base hit followed by an error. And now he goes for a steal, but it's fouled away and he'll have to go back. Connor Brown got a huge jump on that ball. He was 2/3 of the way to second by the time the ball even crossed home plate. And this time he's checked back. I'm not surprised. Something in Hashiguchi's action seems to have tipped him off because he doesn't seem to be in any threat on those base paths at the moment. And that's a swinging strikeout. Hashiguchi gets his man 2 away. Well, the Toucans would be delighted if they could get out of this inning with only 4 runs scored. I know that sounds insane, but the way the Mets have been hitting, the number of runners they've had on base, and where they've been in the lineup, It could easily be 0-7, 0-8, 0-9 by now, but it's still 0-6. And Robert Jacobs sees a strike, a bit of an unlucky strike perhaps, on the outer half of the plate, 0-1. Hashiguchi to Jacobs. Righty on righty. That's a line drive into center field. It's going to fall for a base hit. 1 run will score. The runner, Connor Brown, goes over to third. And Robert Jacobs has an RBI single to add to his tally. It's still first and third. And it's 0-7. Excuse me. 0 something. I've lost track of the runs. It's at least 0-7. It might be 0-8. That's an inside changeup for ball 1. That was a great piece of hitting from Robert Jacobs. It was not a bad pitch, but he was all over it. And got the line drive right where it needed to go. Robert Jacobs now heads to second. There's no throw. He cruises in, standing up. Well, the Mets have 2 runs into scoring position with 2 outs. And Brendan Power has a hitter's count. Brendan Power has 2 hits today in 2 at-bats. By today, I mean in this game. Can't remember what happened in the first game. But he's been hitting well on this game. Maybe growing out his hair has had some magical powers, because he looks a lot cleaner in his profile photo. No beard, no mustache, short hair. He's got long hair, beard, mustache. All of it going on. Cuts under that one, back to the screen. I'm not superstitious, but a lot of baseball players are. And if I were him, I'd just go full Brendan Marshall the rest of the season and see if it helps. That one's wide of the mark. 2-1 to Power. Swing and a miss, strike 3, but it's dropped by the catcher. Fires over to first, and it's dropped again. And a little league strikeout brings in another run. Time called. First and third. I think that might be another error charged on the first baseman. Gordon Shepherd is not having a good day out there at first base. He's had at least 2 errors, maybe 3. And 2 of those errors have resulted in runs almost immediately. So Michael Fiorentino will be the batter. He takes ball low. High fly ball, center field. Center fielder makes the catch on the run. Nice piece of catching from Cameron Lee out there, and that makes the third out. The Toucans' defense has let them down again, despite some good pitching from Hashiguchi. It's 0-8 Mets in this game, quickly getting out of control. So some delay here as the on deck. Well, the batter was meant to come to the plate was abruptly replaced. He didn't seem to know much about it when it happened. So Toucans brought in their replacement now, and that's off the third baseman's glove and dropped. That'll be maybe a base hit or an error, hard to say. In either case, Toucans get their lead runner on, whoever that was. I believe it's a substitute for Mr. Shepherd. William Harris, going into his fifth inning here, already has. Well, I thought he had more strikeouts than that. He has 2 strikeouts, but he's allowed 0 runs. And that one's wide, ball 1. Johan Villanueva is the batter. Swing and miss, strike 1. Lefty on righty. The pitch is called strike 3 on the outer half of the plate. Beautiful changeup, throws him. And that's out number 1 for the Mets here in the top of the 5th. Next batter is Pete Weedman. And he sees a similar pitch, but that's just outside ball 1. Chopped over to third. Mets get 1 at second. Fired across to first, but it's wide. Connor Brown got pulled off the bag, and in consequence, the Mets only get 1. It could have been 2, but they'll settle for 1. And there's a man now on first with 2 outs, with Will Zucker at the plate. Time called. And Harris, again, giving a bit of a lecture on how he goes about his routine there, which doesn't always recognize the batter. Harris kind of in his own little world sometimes there on the mound, but it's effective. Ball number 1 is low and away. Sorry, low and inside. And that one's away, ball 2. Will Zucker has a walk and a strikeout. Nice pickoff attempt down to first. Good effort by both Harris and Connor Brown, but he was just back in there. 2-1. Swung on foul, I believe, down the first base line. Yes. And that'll be 2-1. It was a long foul ball all the way out to the snow fence down the first base line. Ball back in play. Pitch. Low. Ball 3. William Harris has only issued one walk all game, which is pretty good for this level. And that's a strike. Came right across the plate with the slider. 3-2. Swung under, high fly ball into center field. Falls into the glove of the center fielder for the third out. And the Toucans go scoreless again. It will be Antoine Miller, Gordon Cameron, and Avon Fletcher in the bottom of the fifth for the Mets. So play called, and we'll have righty on lefty. That's ball one outside to Antoine Miller. High fly ball in the center field. That's going to stay up for the catch. No trouble for Cameron Lee in center field. If the wind blowing sharply inward, you really need quite a low launch angle to get anything out of here. So it'll be Antoine Miller stepping up at the bases empty, one out. And he takes a change up down the middle for strike one. So Hashiguchi has been charged with 7 earned runs. I have to check the math on that because there's been so many errors. I can't believe that that's the case. 8 runs total for the Mets here in the bottom of the fifth. And nothing to worry about so far from the Toucans batters, who've just been looking at a bunch of strikes and getting themselves out. Strike 3 looking. Hashiguchi gets him with the fastball. I have enjoyed every second of Masa Hashiguchi's outing today. He does not deserve to have as many runs as he's had. He has pitched brilliantly. Righty on righty now to Avon Fletcher at the top of the order. Excuse me, to Walter Bass at the top of the order. who pinch hit for Fletcher in the previous inning. That one's outside. Ball 1. Hashiguchi to Bass. Just a little bit low. Looked good from here. That's inside. That's ball 4, it seems. I missed a ball there. Walter Bass will slide down to first with a 2-out walk. And that'll bring up Joe Cosgrove, the catcher. Some conversation with the Mets coach or one of them, and well, actually, that looks like William Harris having the conversation. We'll figure it out. I think the question is about the substitute because there was a substitute made at first base, but it was never recorded on the scoring. It was pretty obvious, so I'm not sure why that didn't happen. I don't think it's the Toucans' fault or the umpire's fault in this case. So 2 outs for Walter Bass. Excuse me, for Joe Cosgrove. Walter Bass at first. That one's inside, ball 1. Mets 6 outs away from sweeping this doubleheader and getting their 6th straight win. As Hachiguchi fires in a fastball for strike 1. That one's just low. It was a nice changeup. It didn't quite catch enough of the plate. That's 2-1. High fly ball into right field. Right field has to come a long way. He runs out of room. It's foul. We'll do it again. 2-2. Carlos Torres in right field made a pretty good effort to get to that ball, but it was well into foul territory, and he was playing towards center. So he had to run about maybe 30 yards to get under that ball, but a valiant effort. And that's another fly ball. This time it's into left center, and the left fielder will come under it to make the catch. That'll be everything for the Mets in the 5th. Toucans hold them scoreless, so still 8-0, heading into the top of the 6th. Oh, Satohiko Fukuda, the catcher for the Toucans, digs in for William Harris. William Harris entering his 6th inning, still no runs charged, and delivers strike one on the changeup on the outer half of the plate. Similar pitch, just a little bit further outside, ball one. That one's just outside again, 2-1. Harris flirting with a shutout here. As that one trickles inside. Only 3 hits and a walk as well, so his whip is going to be a little bit under 1 for this game so far. Almost unheard of at this level, and that's a strike to bring it to 2-2. High fly ball left center. That'll hold up for the left fielder, Antoine Miller, for the out. Strike fastball on the outside half of the plate. William Harris still sharp today through 6. Slider just misses 1-1. That was a good pitch. It just missed inside. 2-1. Josh Marriot is batting. High fly ball center field. That's going to hold up for the center fielder. 2 away on 2 fly balls to left and center. Ryan Dixon gets in on the action with the catch. And Carlos Torres will be the batter to face Harris, who looks unshakable here. Takes a strike inside. Carlos Torres with a 900 OPS, but he's been silent today on that one. Takes a big hop, but the runner looked like he gave up on it. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't think he thought it was going to be an easy play, but it was far from an easy play. It went over the head of the third baseman to the shortstop, but threw him out anyway because he didn't run it out. Lesson for all of us, and that'll be the last out of the inning. Coming up for the Mets, it will be some baseball players. I think it's Connor Brown leading off, but I'll double check that at the top of the inning. Hashiguchi stays on the mound to face Connor Brown, who is indeed the batter here at the start of the bottom of the sixth. And that swung on first pitch into right center field, but it's going to hold up in the wind for the right fielder. One away on one pitch. So Hashiguchi will now face Ryan Dixon. Righty on righty. Starts him off with a low fastball. Ball one. Throw goes all the way out back to the shortstop. Just a small symptomatic coda of what the Toucans defense has been like for much of the day. There was one inning when they were really sharp and I was complimenting them a lot, but that's going to hold up for the center fielder for another fly out. Ryan Dixon threw his helmet in disgust. I don't know what he's worried about. It's just really hard to get hits in the outfield today. It's just not the right weather for it at all. And then Robert Jacobs is going to come up. Base is empty, 2 outs in the bottom of the sixth. Leading 8-0. Robert had a great day so far. Hitting an RBI in this game, hitting an RBI in the first game as well. Began the season batting ninth. He's worked his way up. Batting fifth in this game. That's hit back to the pitcher. Great reflexes from Hashiguchi. And could have run it himself to the bag, but he lets his first baseman get part of the credit, and that'll be 3 away. So a quick inning for the Toucans. Mets look to close it out in the top of the seventh when we come back. Top of the seventh and last chance for the Toucans. They almost tied it in a similar situation last game. Slightly taller order this game where they're down by 8. And the first pitch is a ball inside. From William Harris. William Harris pitching for a complete game shutout as he faces Cameron Lee. Reese Wilson, and that's a slow chopper over to the second baseman, over the diamond to first, gets him by a step and a half, and that'll be the first out. And as I was about to say, Reese Wilson will step into the box as the second batter in this inning. Grant Maddox will follow him. And then Johan Villanueva will be the fourth batter if necessary. So Cameron Lee, a 400 hitter, we now go down to a 111 hitter, and the bottom part of this Toucans order has to look tasty for the Mets. And Harris on the verge of glory here. Swing and a miss, strike one. Good start. Might as well just attack the zone here. You can probably rely on a low BABIP from these players. That one's roped into left field, but you know who's there? It's Antoine Miller right on the line, and there's two away on 5 pitches. Or even 4 pitches? I lost track. Sorry, that was Daniel Moran pinch hitting for Reese Wilson. And now Grant Maddox will step in. Lefty on righty. Swings at the first one and it dribbles back to the fence. Strike one on the foul ball. Wide and outside. Ball one. That one's just low for ball two. Reese Wilson, excuse me, William Harris would love to end it here. Strike two. Reese Wilson is one strike away from a complete game. And a shutout for good measure. Oh, he just got a piece of that one. It's foul ball. 2-2. We'll do it again. Shakes off 2 signs, takes the third. Swing and a miss, strike three. He got him. William Harris. 7 innings pitched, 3 hits, 0 earned runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Blanks the Toucans. And the Mets sweep the Toucans and make it 6 in a row. They are looking pretty at the top of this division. A division made competitive by a strong Essex team. A pretty darn good Herts team as well on a good day, and even a strong Pirates team on a good day. But it's the Mets doing it again here at Finsbury Park, running away with this doubleheader, and slowly but surely running away with this season. Handshakes all round, but one team is much happier than the other today, and it's the Mets. That'll be all from me this afternoon here at Finsbury Park in the heart of London. I've been M. Dean. Have a beautiful evening and a wonderful rest of your weekend.